named Ephraim Larkin. I'm renewing my game of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. I am in the process of completing a pilgrimage, visiting all the shrines of the land in order to attain acceptance with the gods and further my quest of gaining the mythical armor and weapon of a great ancient hero who smote an ancient evil which has returned, and it is my task to resume the job started by this ancient hero with his equipment and destroy this returning evil figure in a more final manner. And so I visited the seven of the eight shrines. I'm about to visit the last. And then I returned to Anvil, the town where this evil figure has returned, report my results to the prophet, and hopefully be advanced in my quest to gain this magical equipment and smite this evil being and restore peace to the region. And before I embark on that, I'm going to read read one book. The end of the Real Serenity series, Volume 5. This book is quite long, the longest I've encountered so far, and reading will take considerable time. The Real Serenity, Part 5, Anonymous. As the Marcus had predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos. Actually, I think there's a storm in the background with a lot of noise. Let me check that. It is quite loud. It makes it hard to hear. I'm going to wait until things clear up. I can't even do it. But I'm going to try to go quieter locale for this one. Maybe Bravo. Maybe the Inn. This looks quiet enough. Let me check the sounds. Yeah, look good. Well, I'm going to resume in a prettier locale. There's a real rhythm there. Part. In the Real Rendia, Part 5, Anonymous. As the Marcus had predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos had few short-term consequences. The current Emperor, Uriel Septim, sent some rather stiff messages expressing shock and displeasure at the staff's disappearance, and urging St. Marcus to make every effort to locate its whereabouts and communicate developments to the newly appointed Imperial Battle Mage, Jagar Tharn, in whose hands the matter had been placed. Tharn, St. Marcus thundered in disgust and frustration as he paced about the small chamber, where Berenzia, now some months pregnant, was sitting serenely embroidering a baby blanket. Jagar Tharn, indeed, I wouldn't give him direction across this street, not if you're a doddering old blind sod. What have you against him, love? I just don't trust that mongrel elf, part dark elf, part high elf, and part the god only knows what all the word qualities of all his combined bloods will warrant. He snorted. No one knows much about him, claims he was born in southern Valenwood, of a wood elven mother, seems to have been everywhere since. Brenzia, stuck in the tent, had been in last hit her pregnancy, had only been humouring St. Marcus thus far. But now she suddenly dropped her needlework and looked at him, something had piqued her interest. St. Marcus, could the Jagar Tharn have been the nightingale, disguised? St. Marcus thought this over before replying. Nay, my love, human blood seems to be the one missing component in Tharn's ancestry. To St. Marcus, Brenzia knew that was a flaw. Her husband despised wood elves as lazy thieves and high elves as defeat intellectuals. But he admired humans, especially Bretons, for their combination of pragmatism, intelligence, and energy. The Nightingales of Ebenheart, of the Rathaim clan, House Lala, the House of Mora, in particular, I'll be bound. That house had human blood in it since her time. Ebenheart was jealous that the staff was laid here when Cyrus had took the horn of summoning from us. It brings it aside a little. The rivalry between Ebenheart and Mournhold reached back almost to the dawn of Morrowind's history. Once the two nations had been won, all the lucrative mines held in fee by the Rathaim, and the nobility retained the high kingship of Morrowind. Ebenheart had split into two separate city-states, Ebenheart and Mournhold, when Queen Leon's twin sons, grandsons of the legendary King Moralin, were left as joint heirs. And at the same time, the office of High King was vacated in favor of temporary war leader to be named by a council in terms of provincial emergency. Still, Ebenheart remained jealous of her prerogatives as the eldest city-state of Morrowind, first among equals, with the phrase that rulers often quoted, and claimed the rightful guardianship of the Staff of Chaos should have been entrusted to its ruling house. Mournhold responded that King Morland himself had placed the staff in the keeping of the god Ephraim, and Mournhold was unarguably the god's birthplace. Why not tell Jagathon of your suspicions and let him recover the thing as long as it's safe? What does it matter who recovers it or where it lies? Damakis stared at her without comprehension. It matters, he said softly after a while, but I suppose it's not that much. I added. It's really not enough for you to concern yourself further with it. You just sit there and tend to and here he smiled at her wickedly, embroidering. Brenda flung the sample at him. It hit Damakis square in the face, needle, thimble, and all. In a few more months, Brenda gave birth to a fine son who they named Helseth. Nothing more was heard of the staff of Chaos or the Nightingale. If Ebenhard had the staff in his possession, they certainly did not boast of it. As the years passed swiftly and happily, Helseth grew tall and strong. He was much like his father, whom he worshipped. When Helseth was 8 years old, Brenda bore a second child, a daughter, to Damakis' lasting light. Helseth was his pride, but little Morgia, named for Damakis' mother, held his heart. Sadly, the birth of Morgia was not the harbinger of better times ahead. Relations with the Empire slowly deteriorated for no apparent reason. Taxes were raised and quotas increased with each passing year. Damakis felt that the Emperor suspected him of having had a hand in the staff's disappearance, and sought to prove his loyalty by making every effort to comply with the escalating demands. He lengthened working hours and raised tariffs, and he made up some of the difference between both the Royal Exchequer and their own made up some of the difference from both the Royal Exchequer and their own private holdings. But the levies multiplied, and commoners nobles alike began to complain. It was an ominous rumble. I want you to take the children and journey to the Imperial City, Damakis said at last, in desperation one evening after dinner. You must make the Emperor listen, else all Mournhold will be up in revolt come spring. He grinned forcibly. You have a way with men, love. You always did. Brenda forced a smile of her own. Even with you, I take it? Yes, especially with me, he acknowledged amiably. Both children, Brenda looked over toward a corner window, where Helseth was drumming a lute and crooning a duet with his little sister. Helseth was 15 by then, Morgia 8. They might soften his heart. Besides, it's high time Helseth was presented before the Imperial Court. Perhaps, but that's not your true reason. Brenda took a deep breath and grasped the nettle. You don't think you can keep them safe here? If that's the case, then you're not safe here either. Come with us here. He took her hand and hid. Brenda, my love, heart of my heart, if I leave now, there'll be nothing for us to return to. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. I can take care of myself, and I can do it better if I'm not worrying about you or the children. Brenda laid her head against his chest. Just remember that we need you. I need you. We can do without the rest of it if we have each other. Empty hands and empty belly, they're easier to bear than an empty heart. He started to cry, thinking of the Nightingale and that sort of business with a star. My foolishness has brought us to this pass. He smiled at her tenderly. If so, it's not so bad a place to be. His eyes rested indulgently on their children. None of us shall ever go without or want for anything, ever, my love, I promise you. I cost you everything once, Brenda. I and Tyre Septim, Without my aid, the Empire would never have begun. I helped its rise. His voice hardened. I can bring about its fall. You may tell your Septim that, and that my patience is not infinite. Brenda gasped. Damakis was not given to empty threats. He'd no more imagined he would ever turn against the Empire than that the old house wolf, lying by the grave, would turn on her. How? She demanded breathlessly, but he shook his head. Better that you not know, he said. Just tell him what I told you, should he prove recalcitrant, and do not fear. He said enough, they will not take it out on the messenger. He smiled grimly. But if he does, he will harm the least hair on you, my love, or the children, so help me all the gods of Tamriel. He'll pray they hadn't been born. I'll hunt him down, him and his entire family, and I won't rest until the last Septim is dead. The red dark elven eyes of Damakis gleamed brightly in the ebbing firelight. I plight you that oath, my love, my queen, my Brenda. Brenda held him as tight as she could, but in spite of the warmth in his embrace, she couldn't help shivering. Brenda stood before the Emperor's throne, trying to explain Mournhold's strait. He'd waited weeks for an audience with Uriel Septim, having been fobbed off on this pretext or that. His Majesty is indisposed. An urgent matter demands His Excellency's attention. I'm sorry, Your Highness. There must be some mistake. Your appointment is for next week. No, see. And that wasn't even going well. The Emperor did not make even the slightest pretense at listening to her. He hadn't invited her to sit, nor had he dismissed the children. The house was stood still at the carved image. But little Morgia had begun to fuss. The state of her own mind didn't help her any. Shortly upon arrival at her lodging, the Mournholdian ambassador to the Imperial City had demanded entry. bringing with him a sheaf of dispatches from some market, bad news and plenty of it. Revolt had finally begun. The peasants had organized around a few disgruntled members of Mornhold's minor nobility and were demanding the market step down and hand over the reins of government. Only the Imperial Guard and a handful of troops whose families had been retained at the Brandis house for generations stood between St. Marcus and the rabble. Hostilities had already broken out, but apparently St. Marcus was safe and still in control. Not for long, he wrote. He entreated Brandy to try her best with the Emperor, but in any case, she was to stay in the Imperial City until he wrote to tell her it was safe to go back home with the children. He had tried to barter her way through the imperial bureaucracy with little success, and to add to her growing panic, all news from Mornhold had come to a sudden stop. Powdering machine raised the Emperor's numerous major domos, and fear of the fate awaiting her and her family. The weeks passed by tensely, agonizingly, remorselessly. Then one day, the Mornholdian ambassador came, calling to tell her she should expect news from the market the following night at the latest, not through the regular channels, but by Nighthawk. Seemingly by the same stroke of luck, he was informed that same day by a clerk from the Imperial Court, the Ural Sultan finally consented to grant her an audience early on the morrow. The Emperor had greeted the three of them when they came into the audience chamber with a too bright smile of welcome that nonetheless didn't reach his eyes. Then, as she presented her children, he gazed at them with a fixed attention that was real yet somehow inappropriate. Brent had been dealing with humans for nearly 500 years now and had developed the skill of reading their expressions and movements that was far beyond what any human could ever perceive. Tried the Emperor mind to conceal it. There was hunger in his eyes, and something else. Regret? Yes, regret. But why? He had several fine children of his own. Why covet her? And why look at her with such a vicious, however brief, yearning? Perhaps he had tired of his consort. Humans were notoriously, though predictably, inconstant after that one long, burning glance. His gaze had shifted away as he began to speak of her mission and the violence that had erupted in Mornhold. He sat still as stone throughout her entire account. Puzzled at his inertia and vexed at no end, Brenda stared into the pale set face, looking for some trace of the Septon she'd known in the past. She didn't know Ural Septon well, having met him once when he was still a child, and then again at his coronation 20 years later, twice, that was all. He'd been a stern and dignified presence at the ceremony, even as a young adult, yet not isolated remote as this more mature man was. In fact, despite the physical resemblance, he didn't seem to be the same man at all. Not the same, yet something about him was familiar to her, more familiar than it should be, some trick of posture or gesture. Suddenly she felt very hot, as if lava had poured over her. Illusion! She had studied the arts of illusion well since the Nightingale had deceived her so badly. She had learned to detect it, and she felt it now, as certainly as a blind man can feel the sun on his face. Illusion! But why? Her mind worked furiously, even as her mouth went on reciting details about Mornhold's troubles. Vanity? Humans were often ashamed of the signs of aging, and elves were proud to exhibit them. Yet the face Ural Septon wore seemed consistent with his age. Brenda dared use none of her own magic. Even petty nobles had means of detecting magicka, if not actually shield themselves from its effect within their own hall. The use of sorcery here would bring down the Emperor's wrath, as surely as drawing a dagger would. Magic. Illusion. Suddenly she was brought to mind of the Nightingale, and then he was sitting before her. Then the vision changed, and it was Ural Septon. He looked sad, trapped. And then the vision faded once more, and another man sat in his place, like the Nightingale, and yet unlike. Pale skin, bloodshot eyes, elven ears. And about him a fierce glow of concentrated malice, an aura of eldritch energy, a horrible destructive shimmer. This man was capable of anything. And then once again she was looking into the face of Ural Septon. How could she be sure she wasn't imagining things? Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. She felt a sudden vast weariness, as if she'd been carrying a heavy burden too long and too far. She decided to abandon her earnest narrative of Mornhold's ills, that was quite plainly getting her nowhere, and switched back to pleasantry, however, with a hidden agenda. And do you remember, sire, Sir Marcus and I had dinner with your family shortly after your father's coronation? You were no older than Tiny Morgan here. We were greatly honored to be the only guest that evening, except for your best friend Justin, of course. Ah, yes, the Emperor said, smiling cautiously, very cautiously. I do believe I recall that. You and Justin were such friends, Your Majesty. I told he died not long after. A great pity. Indeed, I should not like to speak of him. His eyes turned blank, or blanker, if it had been possible. As for your request, my lady, we shall take it under advisement and let you know. Brenda bowed to the children. A nod from the Emperor dismissed them, and they backed away from the Imperial presence. She took a deep breath when they emerged from the throne room. Justin had been an imaginary playmate, although young Urion insisted a place be set for Justin at every meal. And not only that, Justin, despite the boyish name, had been a girl, as Marcus had kept up the joke long after she had gone the way of imaginary childhood friends. inquiring after Justin's health whenever he and Uriel Septim met, and being responded to in his mock serious fashion. The last Brendy had heard of Justin several years ago, the Emperor had evidently joked elaborately to Marcus that she had met an adventurous though incorrigible college youth, married him, and settled down in Lillandrill to raise pipers and mugwort. The man sitting on the Emperor's divan was not Uriel Septim. The Nightingale could it be? Yes. A chord of recognition rang through her, and Brenda knew she was right. It was him. It was. The Nightingale, masquerading as the Emperor. So Marcus had been wrong, so wrong. What now, she wondered frantically. What had become of Uriel Septim? And more to the point, what did it mean for her and Sir Marcus in all of Mournhold? Thinking back, Brenda guessed that the trouble were due to this false Emperor. This Nightingale-spawned glamour, or whatever he really was. He must have taken Uriel Septim's place shortly before the unreasonable demand on Mournhold had begun. And that would explain why relations had deteriorated for so long as humans reckoned time, long after her disapproved liaison with Tiber Septim. The Nightingale knew Sir Marcus's famed loyalty to and knowledge of the Septim House, and was effecting a preemptive strike. If that were the case, they were all in terrible danger. She and the children were in his power here in the Imperial City, and Sir Marcus was left alone to deal with the troubles of Nightingale's brewing in Mournhold. What must she do? Brenda impelled the children ahead of her, a hand on each shoulder, trying to stay cool, collected, her ladies-in-waiting and personal knight escort trailing behind. Finally, they reached their waiting carriage. Even though the suited rooms were only a few blocks from the palace, royal dignity forbade travel on foot for even short distances, and for once, Brenda was glad of it. The carriage seemed a kind of refuge now, a false as she knew the feeling must be. A boy dashed up to one of the guards and handed him a scroll, then pointed toward the carriage. The guard brought it to her, and the boy waited, eyes wide and shining. The epistle was brief and complimentary. It simply inquired of King Adawire of Wayrest, of the province of High Rock, might be granted an audience with the famed Queen Brenda of Mournhold, as he had heard much of her, and would be pleased to make her acquaintance. Brenda's first impulse was to refuse. She wanted only to leave this city. Certainly she had no inclination to any dalliance with the dazzled human. She looked up, frowning, and one of the guards said, "My lady, the voice of the master waits to reply yonder." She looked in the direction indicated and saw a handsome elderly man on horseback, surrounded by half a dozen courtiers and cavaliers. He caught her eye and bowed respectfully, taking off a plumed hat. "Very well," Brenda said to the boy on impulse. "Tell your master he may call me tonight after the dinner hour." King Adawire looked polite and grave and rather worried, but not in the least love-struck. At least that was something, she thought offensively. Brenda stood at the tower window, waiting. She could sense the familiar's nearness. But though the nice guy was clear as day at her eyes, she could not yet see him. Then suddenly he was there, a swift-moving dot beneath the wispy night clouds. A few more minutes, and the great Nighthawk finished its descent, wings folding, talons reaching for a thick leather armband. She carried the bird to its perch, where it waited, panting, as her impatient fingers felt for the message carried in the capsule on one leg. The hawk drank mightily from the water till when she had done, then ruffled his feathers and preened. The hawk drank mightily from the water till when she had done, then ruffled his feathers and preened, secure in her presence. A tiny part of her consciousness shared the satisfaction of a job well done, mission accomplished, and rest earned. Yet beneath it all was an eating. Things were not right, even to its humble avian mind. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the thin parchment and pored over the cramped writing. Not so Marcus's bold hand, Brenda sat slowly, fingers smoothing the document while she prepared her mind and body to accept disaster calmly, if disaster it would be. Disaster it was. The Imperial Guard had deserted Sir Marcus and joined the rebels. Sir Marcus was dead. The remaining loyal troops had suffered a decisive defeat. Sir Marcus was dead. The rebel leader had been recognized as King of Mournhold by Imperial envoys. Sir Marcus was dead. Brenda and the children had been declared a traitor to the Empire and a price dead on their head. Sir Marcus was dead. So the audience with the Emperor earlier that morning had been nothing but a blind, a ruse, a charade. The Emperor must have already known. She was just being strung along, told to stay put, take things easy. My Lady Queen, enjoy the Imperial City and the delights it has to offer. Do make your stay as long as you want. Her stay, her detention, her captivity, and in all probability her impending arrest. She had no delusion about her situation. She knew the Emperor and his minions would never let her leave the Imperial City ever again, at least not alive. Sir Marcus was dead. My lady? Brenda jumped, startled by the servant's approach. What is it? The Breton is here, my lady. King Adawire, the woman added helpfully, noting Brenda's incomprehension. She hesitated. It's the news, my lady, she said, nodding toward the Nighthawk. Nothing that will not wait, Brenda said quickly, and her voice seemed to echo in the emptiness, then suddenly yawned like a gaping abyss inside her. Speak to the bird. She stood up, smoothed her gown, and prepared to attend on her royal visitor. She felt numb as the stone walls around her, numb as the questions of the night air, numb as lifeless corpse. The Marcus was dead. King Edward greeted her gravely and courteously, if a bit wholesomely. He claimed to be a fervent admirer of Sir Marcus. He figured prominently in his family's legend. Gradually, he turned the conversation to her business with the Emperor. He inquired after details, and after the outcome had been favorable to Mortal, to find her non-committal, he suddenly blurted out, "My Lady Queen, you must believe me. The man who claims himself the Emperor is an impostor. I know it sounds mad, but I..." "No," Brendan said, with sudden decisiveness. "You're entirely correct, my Lord King. I know." Edward relaxed into his seat for the first time, eyes suddenly shrewd. "You know? You're not just humoring someone you might think a madman." "I assure you, my lord, I'm not." She took a deep breath. "And who do you surmise is dissembling as the Emperor?" "The Imperial Battle-Maid, Jacques Thorn. Ah, my Lord King, have you perchance heard of someone called the Nightingale?" "Yes, my lady, as a matter of fact, I have. My allies and I believe him to be one and the same man as the renegade Thorn." "I knew it," Brendan stood up and tried to mask up evil. "The Nightingale, Jacques Thorn. Oh, but the man was a demon, diabolical and insidious, and so very clever he contrived their downfall seamlessly, perfectly. Sir Marcus, Sir Marcus." Edward caught diffidently. "My lady, we need your aid." Brendan smiled grimly at the irony. "I do believe I should be the one saying those words. But go on, please. Of what assistance might I be, my Lord King?" Quickly the monarch outlined a plot. The maid, Rhea Silmain, of late apprentice to the vile Jacques Thorn, had been killed and declared a traitor by the false emperor. Yet she had retained a bit of her power, and could still contact a few of those she had known well on the mortal plane. He had chosen a champion who would undertake to find a staff of chaos, which had been hidden by a traitor sorcerer in an unknown site. This champion was to wield the staff power to destroy Jacques Thorn, otherwise invulnerable, and rescue the true emperor being held prisoner in another dimension. However, the champion was thankfully still alive, and now languished in the imperial dungeon. Thorn's attention must be diverted while the chosen one gained freedom with Rhea's spirit's help. Brendan had the false emperor's ear, and seemingly his eye. Would she provide the necessary distraction? "I suppose I could obtain another audience with him," Brendan said carefully, "but would that be suspicion? I must tell you that my children and I have just recently been declared traitors to the Empire. In Mortal, perhaps, my lady, and Morrowind, things are different in the Imperial City and the Imperial Province. If they administrative morass, it makes it near impossible to obtain an audience with the Emperor and his ministers. Also, quite assured that you would never be unlawfully imprisoned or otherwise punished without benefit of due legal process. In your case, my lady, and your children, the situation is further exacerbated by your royal rank. As queen and heir of the pair, your persons are considered inviolable and sacrosanct, in fact." The king grinned. "The imperial bureaucracy, my lady, is a double-edged claymore." So, at least she and the children were safe for the time being. Then a thought struck her. "My Lord King, what did you mean earlier when you said I had the false emperor's eyes? And seemingly, I thought..." Edward looked uncomfortable. "It was whispered among the servants that I thought kept your likeness in a sort of shrine in his chamber." "I see." Her thoughts wandered momentarily to that insane romance of hers with the Nightingale. He had been madly in love with this foolish woman, and the man she had once loved had caused to be killed. The man she truly did love. She's gone now. She still couldn't bring herself to accept the fact that Sir Marcus was dead. But even if he is, she told herself firmly, my love is alive and remains. He would always be with her, as would the pain of living the rest of her life without him, the pain of trying to survive each day, without his presence, his comfort, his love. The pain of knowing he would never see his children grow into fine pair of adults, who would never know their father, how brave he was, how strong, how wonderful, how loving, especially little more again. And for all you have done to my family, Nightingale, you must die. Does that surprise you?" Edward's words broke into her thought. What surprising? You liked it in Thorn's room? "Oh," her features said imperturbably. "Yes and no." Edward could see from her expression she wished to change the subject. He heard once again their plan. "Our chosen one may need a few days to escape, my lady. Can you give him a bit more time?" "You trust me in this, my Lord King. Why?" "We are desperate, my lady. We have no choice. But if we did, why, yes, I would trust you. I do trust you. Your husband has been good to my family over the years. The Lord Sir Marcus is dead." "What?" Brendan related the recent event quickly and coolly. "My lady, Queen, how dreadful. I am so sorry." For the first time, Brendan's glacial poise was shaken in the face of sympathy. She felt her outward calm start to crumble. She gathered her composure and willed herself to stillness. "Under the circumstances, my lady, we can hardly ask." "Nay, good my lord. Under the circumstances, I must do what I may to avenge myself upon the murder of my children's father." A single tear escaped the fortress of her eye. She brushed it away impatiently. "In return, I ask only that you protect my orphan children as you may." Edward drew himself up, his eyes shone. Willingly do I so pledge, most brave noble queen. The gods of our beloved land, and you tell me yourself, be my witness. His words touched her absurdly, yet profoundly. I thank you from my heart, my soul, good my lord, King Edward. You have mine and my children's everlasting regard. She broke down. She did not sleep that night, but she sat in a chair beside her bed, her hands folded in her lap, thinking deep and long into the waxing waning of the darkness. She would not tell the children, not yet, not until she must. She had no need to seek another audience with the Emperor. A summons arrived, express light. She told the children she expected to be gone a few days. They made them give the servants no trouble and kissed them goodbye. Morgan whimpered a bit. She was bored and lonely in the Imperial City. Households like Dower but said nothing. He was very like his father. At the Imperial Palace, Brenzio was escorted not to the great audience hall, but to a small parlor where the Emperor sat at the solitary breakfast. He nodded a greeting and waved his hand out the window. Magnificent view, isn't it? Brenda stared out over the towers of the great city. It dawned on her that this was the very chamber where she'd first met Tiber Septim all those years ago. Centuries ago, Tiber Septim, another man she had loved. Who else had she loved? Samaka, Tiber Septim, and Straw? She remembered the big blonde stable boy with sudden and intense affection. She never realized it until now, but she had loved Straw, only she had never let him know. She'd been so young then, those had been carefree days, house-end days, before everything, before all this, before him, not Samaka, the nightingale. She was shocked in spite of herself. The man could still affect her, even now, even after all that had happened. A strong wave of inchoate emotion swept over her. When she turned back and laughed, Euroseptim had vanished, and the nightingale sat in his place. You knew, he said quietly, scanning her face. You knew, instantly. I wanted to surprise you. You might at least have pretended. Brenda spread her arm, trying to pacify the monster and churning deep inside her. I'm afraid my skill or pretense is no match for yours, my liege. He sighed. You're angry. Just a little, I must admit. She said icily, I don't know about you, but I find betrayal a trifle offensive. How human of you. She took a deep breath. What do you want of me? Now you are pretending. He stood up to face her directly. You know what I want of you. You want to torment me. Go ahead. I'm in your power, but leave my children alone. No, I don't want that at all, Berenzia. He came near, speaking low in the old caressing voice that sent shivers cascading through her body. The same voice that was doing the same thing to her now. Doing the same voice that was doing the same thing to her here and now. Don't you see? This was the only way. His hand closed on her arm. He felt the resolve fading, her disgust to him weakening. You could have taken me with you. Unbidden tears gathered in her eyes. He shook his head. I didn't have the power, but now I have it all. Mine to share, mine to give to you. Once more waved his hand toward the window and the city beyond. All Tamriel's mind lay at your feet, and that is only the beginning. It's too late. You left me to him. He's dead. The peasant's dead. A scant few years, what do they matter? The children can be adopted by me, and we'll have others together, Brenzia. Oh, and what children there'll be. What things we shall pass on to them. Your beauty and my magic. Powers you haven't even dreamt of, not in your most untamed magic. He moved to kiss her. This was grabbed, turned away. I don't believe you. You do, you know. You're still angry, that's all. He smiled, but didn't reach his eyes. Tell me what you want, Brenzia. Brenzia, my beloved. Tell me. It shall be yours. Her whole life flashed in front of her. The past, the present, and the future still to come. Different times, different lives, different Brenzias. Which one was the real one? Which one was the real Brenzia? For by that choice, she determined the shape of her fate. She made it. She knew. She knew who the real Brenzia was and what she wanted. A walk in the garden, my liege, she said. A song or two, perhaps. Nightingale laughed. You want to be courted. And why not? You do it so well. It's been long since I've had the pleasure. He smiled. As you wish, my lady Queen Brenzia, your wish is my command. Took her hand and kissed it, now and forever. And so they spent their days in courtship, walking, talking, singing, and laughing together. Well, the Empire's business was left to his subordinates. I'd like to see the staff, Brendan said idly one day. I only had a glimpse of it, you'll recall. He frowned. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, heart's delight, but that would be impossible. You don't trust me, Brendan pouted, but softened lips when he leaned over for a kiss. Nonsense, love, of course I do, but it isn't here. He had trusted the fact it isn't anywhere. He kissed her again, more passionately this time. You're talking in riddles again. I want to see it. You couldn't have destroyed it. You gained in wisdom since last we met. You inspired my hunger for knowledge somewhat. She stood up. This thou chaos can't be destroyed, and it can't be removed from Tamriel, not without the direst consequences to the land itself. You impressed me, my love. All true. It is not destroyed. It is not removed from Tamriel, and yet, as I said, it isn't anywhere. Can you solve the puzzle? He pulled her to him. She leaned into his embrace. Yet a greater riddle still, he whispered. How does one make one of two? That I can and will. How did one make one of two? That I can and will show you. Their bodies merged, limbs tangled together. Later, when they had drawn a bit apart and he lay dozing, she thought sleepily, one of two, two of one, three of two, two of three. What cannot be destroyed or banished might be split apart behind. He stood up, eyes blazing. He started to smile. The Nightingale kept a journal. He scribbled entries into it every night after quick reports from underlings. It was locked in a bureau, but the lock was a simple one. He had, after all, been a member of the City's Guild in a past life, in another life, another Varenzian. One morning, Varenzian managed to sneak a quick look at it while he was still occupied at the toilet. She discovered that the first piece of the Staff of Chaos was hidden in an ancient dwarvish mine called Fang Lair, of those locations given only in the vaguest term. The diary was crammed with jotted events in knowledge shorthand, but it was very hard to decipher. All Tyrael, she thought, in his hands and mind, and more powerful, and yet, for all the exterior charm, there was a cold emptiness where its heart should have been, a vacuum which is quite unaware. She thought once he glimpsed it now and then, with eyes would go blank and hard, and yet though he had a different concept of it, he yearned for happiness too, and contentment. Peasant dreams, Brenda thought, as straw flashed before her eyes again, looking lost and sad, and then Theros with a feline cautious smile. Perceptive, powerful, and lonely Samaka, stolid Samaka, who did what ought to be done quietly and efficiently. The Nightingale riddled in uncertainty, with the darkness and the light. The Nightingale would rule all and more, and spread chaos in the name of order. Brenda got reluctant to leave him to visit her children, who had yet to be told of their father's death. And as the Emperor's offer of protection, she finally did, and it wasn't easy. Morgana clung to her for what seemed like an era, sobbing wretchedly while Hustless ran off into the garden to be alone, after refusing all her attempts to speak to him on the subject of his father, or even to let her hold him to her breast. Edward called on her while she was there. She told him what she had discovered so far, explaining she must remain a while yet and learn more as she could. And then Gil teased her about her elderly admirer. He was quite aware of Edward's suspicion, but he wasn't the least bit perturbed, for no one took the old fool seriously. Brenda even managed to arrange a reconciliation of sorts between them. Edward publicly recanted his misgivings, and his old friend, the Emperor, forgave him and was afterwards invited to dine with them at least once a week. Their children liked Edward, even Halstead, who disapproved of his mother's liaison with the Emperor and consequently detested him. He had become surly and temperamental as the days passed, and frequently quarreled with both his mother and her lover. Edward was not happy with the affair either, and the Nightingale took great delight at times in openly displaying his affection for Brenda, just to nettle the old man. They could not marry, of course, for your Septim was already married, at least not yet. The Nightingale had exiled the Emperor shortly after taking the Emperor's place, but had not dared harm her. She was given sanctuary by the Temple of the One. It had been given out that she was suffering from ill health, and rumors had been circulated by the Nightingale's agent that she had a mental problem. The Emperor's children had likewise been dispatched to various prisons all across Tyrael, disguised as ghouls. She'll grow worse in time, Nightingale said carelessly, referring to the Empress, eyeing Brenda's swollen breast and swelling belly with satisfaction. As for their children, well, life is full of hazards, isn't it? We'll be married. Your child will be my true heir. He did want the child. Brenda was sure of that. He was far less sure, however, of his feelings for her. They argued continually now, often violently, usually about health stats, whom he wanted to send away to school in Somerset Isle, the province furthest from the Imperial City. Brenda made no effort to avoid these altercations. The Nightingale, after all, had no interest in a smooth, unruffled life. Besides, he thoroughly enjoyed making up afterwards. Occasionally, Brenda would take the children and retreat to their old apartment, declaring she wanted no more to do with him. He'd always come to fetch her back, and he'd always let herself be fetched back with ineffable, like the rising thing at Tyrael, twin moons. She was 6 months pregnant before she finally deciphered the location of the last staff piece, an easy one, since every dark elf knew where the Mount of Dagoth's was. Poor old Nightingale. She left the city with Edward and rode hard for High Rock and Weymouth. Not the Nightingale was furious, but there's little he could do. His master rather inept, and dared not leave his seat of power to pursue them in person, nor could he openly declare war on Weymouth. He had no legitimate claim on her or her unborn child. True to form, the Imperial City nobility had disapproved of his liaison with Brenda, as they had so many years ago with high receptions, and were glad to see her go. Weymouth was equally distrustful of her, but Edward was frankly loved by his prosperous little city-state, and allowances were readily made for his eccentricities. Brenda and Edward were married a year after the birth of her son by the Nightingale. In spite of this unfortunate fact, Edward doted on her and her children. She in turn did not love him, but she was fond of him, and that was something. It was nice to have someone, and Weymouth was a very good place for children to grow up, while they waited and bided their time, praised the champion's success in his mission. Brenda could only hope they wouldn't take very long. Whoever this unnamed champion was, he was a dark elf. He had all the time in the world, all the time, but no more love left to give, no more hatred left to burn. She had nothing left, nothing but pain and memories, and her children. She wanted to raise her family, provide them with a good life, and be left to live out what remained of her. She had no doubt it was going to be a long life, yet and during it she wanted peace and quiet and serenity of her soul as well as of her heart. Peasant dreams, that was what she wanted, that was what the real Brenzy wanted, that's what the real Brenzy was, peasant dreams, pleasant dreams. Alright, with that I'm going to resume my adventure. I'm going to seek out the last shrine. This is the Shrine of Stendar to the south of this town here. That's where we're going to go. That would be Lewin. Actually, maybe no. Actually, north of Lewin. On the road to, Bravo. There's the shrine. Rejoice! You completed the pilgrimage of the 9 way shrines and gained the new power of Pilgrim's Grace. I pray the way shrine of Stendar. I completed my pilgrimage to the way shrines of the divine. I should pray and wait for a vision. Pray and wait for a vision to guide me on my quest for the Crusader's relic.
Hail, knight! You seek my relics with a worthy heart. Your prayers have woken me from my endless dream. Or perhaps you have entered my dream, and I think others have sometimes spoken to me. Others like you, but is doubtful. Perhaps your need must be great for the gods to allow us to... Has Umaril the Accursed found a way back? The foulest of a foul race. 1,000 curses upon... I thought I'd won, but I should have known. The slave masters are a cunning breed. Umaril found a way to cheat death as I... If you would seek for my relics, I know little that can help you. All that has passed since my death is like mists that my friends built a shrine upon the site of my death, where the elves tormented me. In the final, I can show you where it once stood. Perhaps it is there still. Fare thee well, Sir Knight. May the gods grant you to destroy Umaril utterly, as I failed.
Upon completing my pilgrimage to the Way Shrines, I received a vision from the Divine Crusader, Colonel Whitestrake. He revealed the location of the Lost Shrine, which is where I should begin my quest for the relic of the Crusader. Let's see. Map. Here. Leave it alone.
Pay up, or else.
No, take it from me, if you can.
We can play it that way if you like. Ah! Is the baby gonna cry?
If someone's wondering about the difficulty, I always keep it on maximum. Yeah, this was a little odd. I don't know what that arrow in the water actually means. I'm gonna scout around a bit. Maybe there's an underground thing to enter. I mean, not underground, underwater. It's like a bit, an underwater shrine. Of some kind. This was bad. You're gonna go back to my full battle dress. Invisible. I'll be invisible. I found the body of Sir Amiel, who appears to have perished centuries ago while questing for the shrine of the Crusader. Perhaps I can find some clues on his body that help my own quest for the Crusader's relic turn out better than his. Sir Amiel was a member of the Knights of the Nine, a holy order devoted to recovering the relics of the Crusader. Through reading his journal, I have learned the location of their former headquarters, the Priory of the Nine in the West Weald. Once I recover the helm from the Shrine of the Crusader, I should proceed to the old Priory. According to Sir Amiel's journey, the helm of the Crusader is located in Pelennel's Shrine. This journal is a record of failure. My failure. In the immediate sense, this is no doubt obvious. If you are reading this, you are probably standing over my body, slain in the depths of the Shrine of the Crusader. Perhaps the gods granted me the gift of at least glimpsing the holy helm before I died. Undeserving though I am, I must believe that you are indeed a holy knight, following in my footsteps in quest of the Crusader's relic. It is to you, Sir Knight of my hope, that I direct these words. May the account of my failures help you avoid my fate. Know that my failures encompass far more than my own death, which is of little count at the end of a long life. The high ideals of the Knights of the Nine, of service to the gods rather than men, of dedication to a higher purpose, these are my failures, as I shall record here. As I write this, the scratching of my pen, the only sound in the empty priory, I am preparing to embark on my last quest for the helm of the Crusader. I know that my chance of success is small, and I am too old for such a task. This quest should have been taken up by the next generation of Knights of the Nine, while Sir Caius and Sir Barish and the rest of us stayed behind and spun tales of our days of glory. Alas, there is no next generation. Sir Barish is my embittered enemy. The rest of my old companions are all dead. Yet only me, the last stubborn knight of a failed order. For many years I blamed Sir Barish for the dissolution of the order, but in my old age I have finally come to recognize my own part in these tragic events. I now believe that the seeds of our destruction were sown early, although the fruit did not ripen until late. Even in the first heady days, questing for the cures with Sir Caius and Sir Toril, I set the pattern of personal glory. The cures was mine, and although it resided in the priory, I wore it to battle and accepted the claims of my fellows and the people for its recovery, and so it went. The sword and greaves recovered by Sir Barish became personal arms, and the gauntlets of Sir Casimir. Why not? Should the holy weapons lie idle, whether the evil be vanquished? And who more fitting to carry them than a knight who had proved himself worthy by their recovery? So we told ourselves, so I told myself, but all the fog flowed from this. And Sir Barish wanted to take his relics with him to the war. Who was I to forbid him? I, who had jealously considered the cures as my own and none others? Sir Barish was wrong, but I was wrong first, and the blame for the dispute of the relics falls first on me, the leader and founder of the Knight, who should have set a higher example, but was instead first to claim a relic for my own. Sir Barish's later actions I will leave for others to judge, but let it be known that I did not blame him for the dissolution of the Knights. If he would speak to me, I would tell him so myself. He and I are now all that are left of the original Knight. The others are all dead, and I have dedicated myself to recovering their bodies and interring them in the priory undercroft, as is fitting for this holy warrior. Alas, they did not have the leader they deserve. Now it's time for me to depart on my quest for the helm. If you would follow my footsteps, Sir Knight, know that the priory basement, at least, will remain inviolate. I steal the stairs, and only my ring will now open it. My brother knights will sleep in peace, in company with the cure, the only relic that remains in the order's keeping. I say that, although the order is officially dissolved, hoping and believing that the Knights of Nine will one day be reborn. Perhaps you are the one to restore the order. If so, go to the priory in the West Weald. Using my ring to enter the vault beneath the priory house, there you'll find the cures to claim it for your own if you are a true knight. May the Nine guard and guide you. Farewell. Sir Amiel, Priory of the Nine, the West Weald, County Skingrad, year 153 of the Septim Era. The gate is opened remotely. Stepping softly, hiding in the shadows, you do everything in your power to remain undetected. You become an expert at sneaking. You can now move silently. Running or walking no longer affects your ability to remain undetected. Oh, that's easy to way through, yeah. People are wondering why I bother attacking with my sword or my bow when the monster can just kill him. The monster I summon. The reason is because my conjuration skills are at maximum, and if I do nothing but kill monsters with conjuration, then my character will not improve, and I won't gain levels. So I need to exercise skills which I don't use very often in order to improve them and gain levels, and skills like marksman and blade weapon. For that purpose, I occasionally attack with those weapons, though it's not strictly necessary for the purpose of killing monsters. I'm trying to improve the skill and gain levels. The Helm of the Crusader. I recovered the Helm of the Crusader, the first piece of the Crusader's relics. Now that I recovered the helm, I should proceed to the Pyre of the Nine and see if it still holds the cuirass of the Crusader. The Helm of the Crusader, Fortify Restoration, 6 points on stealth. Fortify Personality, 25 points on stealth. With my current helm, the Diadem of Euphoria, Fortify Speechcraft, 20 points on stealth. Resist Magic, 10% on stealth. Fortify Magic, 30 points on stealth. I'll say the Diadem is actually stronger, so I'm going to keep it. Now that I've recovered the helm, I should proceed to the fire of the knives to see if it still holds the spirit of the Crusaders. That would be here. Before I do that, I'm going to go to town and try to fix things up.
What?
Bed.
I do have a bed available for 20 gold a night. Would you like to rent it?
I'll take it.
Very good. It's up the stairs there. First door on your left. Sleep well. Bye.
It's my pleasure. Please continue. Let's see what we've got here. Good that you want to get better. Can I interest you in some of my ways? You've made a good bit of gold. Another satisfied customer. Let's do business. Be seeing you.
A pleasure to speak with you. May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
This doesn't seem necessary, but the ring of Khajiit is stronger.
I appreciate your business. Good day.
Any friend of the society is a friend of mine. Have a look around. Let's do business. A bargain at a... Pleasure doing... An excellent deal. Good. Bye. Any friend of the... I have potions and everything you need to make your own. What will it be? A fine transaction. That's more than I'd usually pay. A good price. Thank you for your patronage. Well, maybe Thorinir wasn't responsible for digging up those corpses, but good riddance to his insane prices. Nice job. Goodbye.
Get ready to hit the warpath again. Let me see if the bookshop has a missing volume or two in my collection.
Good morning.
I'm Phintius, owner and proprietor of the first edition. Look around. If I don't have it, maybe I can get it. Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you. So? Oh, please. Would you? Don't waste your flattery on me. Remarkable. Don't really. You. That's really fun. Your way. That's. What nonsense. Well done. Is that so? Oh, that. Not now, not late. Oh, would you? Don't. What a great story. That. Don't. What? Oh, please. Would you? Not. You can't.
It's not bad.
Have a look around. Make me a better offer. A bargain at any price. A pleasure to serve you. Good day.
Guess I'm ready to leave. Let's see. I need to go here. My horse didn't make it. Rest in peace. You're right. Through faith, your afflictions are banished. I guess I should gird up for war. This is looking for volume 1 of the Song of Pella now. Priory of the Nile. The red marker disappeared as soon as I got here, and I don't know where to go, what to do. The emerald ring fits perfectly into the diamond-shaped opening in the floor.
By the strength and guidance of the Nine, who comes before us upon this sacred ground, seeking the cuirass of the Divine Crusader? Step forward, adventurer, and face us each in honorable combat. For the vows we fail to revere in life, we shall uphold in death. No unworthy soul shall lay hands upon this sacred artifact without the leave of the Knights of the Nine.
He was here a second ago.
Ow! Ah! Ow! Ah! Ah! Sir Cassidy, step forward. You have bested Sir Cassidy. Face Sir Ralphus. Ah! Sir Ralphus, you have fallen. Step back. If the challenge continues, come forward and prove yourself. Fury of faith that I have not seen in centuries. But now you face Sir Junkin. You have lost, Junkin. So Toro, show the challenge. The ferocity of the North. Have stood against the Knights of the Nine and lived. However, the final test is upon you. Sir Knight, and face me! 300 years, none have stood against us and lived. Step forward and claim what is yours by right. May your faith.
I defeated the ghostly guardian of the cures of the Crusader. I cannot claim it for my own. I recovered the cures of the Crusader. I should talk to the ghosts of the former Knights of the Nine and see if they can aid me in my quest for the remaining Crusader's relic. Seems to be better than my glass cures. Fortify restoration, 6 points on stealth. Resist noble weapons, 15% on stealth. Fortify health, 27 points on stealth. Armor 7. The glass cures only offers the armor of 7. It's definitely an upgrade. They're both light armor, so I'll take this one.
I know where you may find the gauntlets of the Crusader, for I was the one who lost them. Though many know where they are still lost. I believe there is something you must do in order to retrieve them. Would you listen to my tale and learn of the gauntlet's fate?
Please, tell me.
When the Order fractured, I followed Sir Beric into war, taking the gauntlets with me. When it was over, I returned to Cyrodiil. I attempted to return to the service of the Nine, but the war had changed me. I no longer had sympathy for the weak or pity for the suffering. In the brief time I was there, I did more to hurt the chapel than help it. It was there that I was cursed.
Cursed? What do you mean?
A beggar who came to the chapel each day for help tried my patience one too many times. I lost my temper and struck him. My blow landed harder than I had intended, and he fell to the floor dead, killed in the very chapel of the God of Mercy. I left the chapel at once, of course, but the damage was done. I was weak, constantly weary, and lacked the energy to do almost anything.
What about the gauntlets?
Ah, yes. As proof of the deed, when I struck the poor man, the gauntlets slipped right off my hands and fell to the floor. Heavy as stone, they would not move. None could lift them. I suspect they lie there still, in Coral's chapel. You must prove to Stendarr you are worthy to lift the gauntlets once more. Seek out the priests in Coral. Perhaps they can help you.
Curse.
It was placed on me for defying the teachings of Stendarr in his very chapel. My entire lineage was ruined by this curse. Whether it is connected to the fate of the gauntlets, I do not know.
Gauntlets of the Crusader.
I have no doubt that they still lie within the chapel of Stendarr in Coral. No mortal man could lift them.
Knights of the Nine.
We had only the best of intentions. Truly we did. We meant only to serve the Nine and the Empire. It's hard to believe it all went so wrong. Walk with the Nine, Sir Knight.
You have my tribute, Sir Knight. In 300 years, none have passed the gauntlet. In 300 years, we have never known hope. But for the first time, it seems that someone may succeed where we have failed. I see in you the chance to redeem our souls and restore the Order. And now, I must ask you to press forward where I could not. I must ask you to face the challenge of Zenithar.
What must I do?
Below the chapel of Zenithar in Leowyn, there is a shrine to the great craftsman, Saint Calidus. Those seeking the mace must pray before the shrine. When you bow, you will receive a vision. Or perhaps not, it is unclear. The priest saw that my body never moved, but it felt so real. You will see the mace separated from you by a great chasm. The chasm represents your doubt. Your faith must be your guide across it.
My faith will guide me.
This is what I know. As I said, my faith was weak. I did not understand the test, and I fell from the platform each time I tried to cross. I have told you all that I know. All that is left is for you to prove yourself more worthy than I. If you seek the mace, travel to Leowyn's chapel, kneel at the shrine in the Undercroft, and let your faith in the Nine be the salvation of us all.
Gauntlet of the Crusader.
Casimir left with the gauntlets when the order dissolved. I heard that he lost them, but I had my own problems to deal with.
Knight of the Nine.
Our greed for the relics overshadowed our faith in the Nine. I can only hope that you are stronger than we were.
Mace of Zenithar.
Legends say that when Pelinal Whitestrake was slain by the Aelids, a messenger carried the mace to the human settlement of Leowyn as a message. Centuries later, the master craftsman Saint Calidus built the chapel of Zenithar in Leowyn as a tribute to the legend. When Saint Calidus was laid to rest, those who prayed to Zenithar at his tomb began to receive visions of the mace of the Crusader.
Zenithar.
Of the original divines, Zenithar is thought to be the most in touch with the mortal realm. Some legends say that Zenithar has close ties to Kinnereth, an idea that is supported by the manner in which the two gods' realms interact. Craftsmen devoted to Zenithar are able to create and profit from the materials provided by Kinnereth's natural world. The two work in harmony, the natural world providing for the craftsman. One cannot revere Zenithar without acknowledging the power of Kinnereth. Walk with the Nine, Sir Knight.
If you are true to the teachings of Julianus, it may be possible for you to find the shield of the Crusader.
What do you mean?
When the order crumbled, I set out on my own. After years of searching, I found the shield and brought it to Fort Bulwark for safekeeping. With the help of a few trusted friends, I began work to keep the shield safe for all eternity. I never saw my work finished. I died defending the fort from those who would take and misuse the shield. I never saw our work finished. I trust that the others carried on without me.
Fort Bulwark.
It lies in the southeast of Cyrodiil, near the Black Marsh border. If all went according to plan, it should be very well guarded now. Believe in yourself, and use your knowledge wisely. You will pass through unharmed, and the shield will be yours.
Julianus.
History and knowledge are his domain. He is the god of wisdom and logic. He teaches us, know the truth, observe the law. When in doubt, seek wisdom from the wise.
Knight of the Nine.
Though we went our separate ways when the order fell, we all served the Nine in our hearts. All but one.
Mace of Zenithar.
Sir Ralbus quested for the mace after Sir Beric's betrayal. He believed that with the mace, he would be able to bring the rest of us together. He stayed in the chapel of Leowyn for months, attempting the test over and over. He hardly ate, hardly slept. In the end, he failed. He left the chapel broken and beaten. Sir Emil found his body and laid him to rest here at the Priory.
Shield of the Crusader.
The shield is safeguarded within Fort Bulwark. It is protected, and care must be taken when attempting to find it.
Fort Bulwark.
Look to the southeast of Cyrodiil to find it. I cannot say for certain what is inside, but be prepared for anything. Walk with the 9, Sir Knight.
Greetings, Sir Knight.
Knight of the 9.
In matters of faith, one cannot be bogged down in the affairs of this world. Learn from us. Cast aside your treasures and serve the 9.
Shield of the Crusader.
Sir Henrik wasn't drawn into the war as so many of us were. His mind never left the shield. Walk with the 9, Sir Knight.
How may I serve you, Commander?
Gauntlet of the Crusader.
Sir Casimir took the gauntlets to war with him. After what happened with Beric, who would try to stop him?
Knight of the 9.
Complacency proved to be our greatest enemy. The service of the 9 requires eternal vigilance. May your sword strike true.
I wish to see you succeed where I failed. I was on the path to the boots of the Crusader, but died before I reached them. Do you wish to learn what little I know?
Tell me more.
I cannot tell you exactly how to find the boots, for that will be up to Kinnereth. I can tell you to seek out her priests, though. West of the Imperial City, on the edge of the Great Forest, is a shrine. You will find them there, and they will tell you what you need to know.
Boots of the Crusader.
The boots are safeguarded by Kinnereth herself. You must be tested and prove yourself worthy to acquire them.
Knight of the 9.
The wars of men undermine the service of the 9. Do not follow in our mistakes.
Shield of the Crusader.
Sir Henrik spent his days looking for the shield. He was so determined. We all were in those days. Walk with the 9, Sir Knight.
I've spoken with the ghosts of the Knights of the 9 and learned where several parts of the armor of the Crusader are hidden. I should return when I've collected them all. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I guess I'm ready to start. Well, why not start here? The boots of the Crusader. How about the gauntlets? Coral. Yeah, well.
A pleasure to... You too. Good morning. It's my pleasure. Goodbye.
I don't mean to impose, but I'm hoping you can help me. My daughter, Dharma, is missing, and I don't know what to do.
Missing daughter.
That's right. My daughter, Dharma, never came back from Hackdirt. I'm dreadfully worried something may have happened to her. Can you help?
Yes, I'll help find Dharma.
I can't thank you enough for your kindness. She was supposed to make a delivery to Atira Moslin in Hackdirt, so I would start there. In case it may be useful, she was with Blossom, her horse, I mean. Dharma loves that animal and would never willingly abandon her.
Dharma.
The best daughter a mother could ask for. Kind-hearted and a friend to everyone she meets.
Hackdirt.
A rather isolated village south of Coral. We do some business with the trader there. Small volume, but she pays well. Normally I make the deliveries, but I wasn't feeling well, so Dharma insisted on going this time. I do hope nothing has happened to her.
Missing daughter.
Have you found her? Is she safe?
I haven't found her yet.
I am so worried about her. Please find her.
Rumors.
Have you seen Valis Odile recently? Spends all day in the tavern since his boys left.
Good that you want to get better. I'm willing to teach if you...
Knowledge is... Let's see if we can... Knowledge is the key.
I'm willing to teach if...
Only quality good.
You drive a hard bargain.
That's a fair deal.
That's a good...
A good...
A pleasure to serve you.
Goodbye.
Welcome to Renoir's Books. I'm the owner, Estelle Renoir. Look around. If you don't see what you want, please ask. Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in? Goodbye.
Good morning.
Well met. I'm pretty handy. What needs to be... Take... Here. I hope I can... Good that you want to get better. For the right price. Perhaps you need new armor. That seems a fair price. You don't expect me to make that deal, do you? That's just not real. That's a good... Thank you for your patronage. Farewell.
Who will help an old beggar?
Yes.
Good.
There's one available for the night. If you're interested, it'll be 10 gold. What do you say? The room is upstairs, first door to the left. Sleep well. You too.
You ascended to level 24. The results of hard work and dedication always look like luck, but you know you've earned every ounce of your success. Why walk when you can run has always been your motto. Now the miles of running and hours of swimming have paid off. You are the journeyman of athletics. Your rate of fatigue regeneration when running is increased by 50%.
Well met. Knowledge is power.
Negotiation, bargaining, dickering, haggling, they're all a means to an end. Getting the best price for your goods. You are now a journeyman of mercantile. You can buy and sell any object to any vendor, even if they normally do not deal in that type of wares.
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you. Good day.
A coin for an old beggar.
I guess I'm done with shopping and so forth. I'll go after the gauntlets now. I would be here in town, in the chapel, spend
I was in Chadenhall last week, and I'm sure I saw language.
I'm getting a holy feeling. I think I'm worthy of these gauntlets.
Welcome, Knight Commander.
Gauntlets of the Crusader.
Oh, those. You'll want to speak to Arelder about them. He's in charge of keeping people away from them.
Rumors.
Don't get too many folks passing through here these days. Good day.
I'm Rena Bruyant. I love dogs. Doesn't everyone? Bye.
Hi there.
There have been events, I thought I was. Alright. Maximum blessing.
Well met. Good day. Bye.
That was kind of odd.
What?
Coral.
They probably call us the dog people here in town. Ramalis and I love dogs. We have quite a few. So sweet and well-behaved you wouldn't believe.
Rumors.
I think we're in for some hard times. The death of Uriel Septim and his heirs changes everything. Goodbye.
I'm going to talk to this man.
I hope... Please, go on. Well, isn't that sweet of you? Bye.
We didn't talk.
I hope I...
You too.
The gulls are too heavy to move.
Well, please, leave me be. I need rest.
Gauntlets of the Crusader.
You've seen them, I assume. The only evidence of what happened so many years ago. Do you know that I thought perhaps I could lift them? That somehow this curse would be lifted if I could pick them up? I tried for hours, until my whole body ached, and I could barely move. I lay there on the floor next to them, weeping. I'm not ashamed to admit that. I've been at the end of my rope for far too long to be ashamed of anything.
Prophet.
The church is still in turmoil from the attack on the chapel of Dibella. I don't think anyone has had time to really study this prophet's teachings. My best advice would be to go, listen carefully, and decide for yourself.
Rumors.
Renaud Germain has a terrible memory. We've met many times, but when I saw him in Chaden Hall, he walked right past me like we were strangers.
Gauntlet of the Crusader.
I don't know why they're still here. They're so heavy, and I'm so weak. What does Stendar want from me? I don't know why they're still here. They're so heavy, and I'm so weak. What does Stendar want from me? Be seeing you.
Hello there. What brings you here, my son?
Gauntlets of the Crusader.
Ah, yes. The gauntlets have been here for ages. I know only the basic story behind them. They're more of a novelty these days. My only real involvement with them these days is keeping the youngsters from hurting themselves trying to pick the gauntlets up. What is your interest in them, if I may ask?
I'd like to know their story.
Yes, well, I don't know the whole thing. A great many years ago, a knight of the Old Order did something terrible. and the gauntlets just fell off. They dropped to the floor right where he stood, and no one could lift them. It was a sign of the curse placed upon this knight by Stendar, I think. That curse still lingers on today, in fact. Poor Kellen.
Who is Kellen?
Oh, why, he's a descendant of that very knight from so long ago. The curse has affected his family all these years. He suffers from it now. He came here from Hammerfell seeking a cure, but, well, there's really nothing that can be done for him, I think. He may know more of the story than I. Perhaps you should speak with him if he's feeling well enough.
Curse.
It's a horrible thing, truly. One cannot help but pity those such as Kellen, who have such a burden placed on them through no fault of their own. But if it is the will of the Nine, then there is little that can be done.
Gauntlets of the Crusader.
The gauntlets have been here far longer than any of us. I don't expect that to ever change. They'll almost certainly be here long after we're all gone. Certainly after Kellen's family has died out.
Kellen.
He's down in the chapel hall, resting. You may speak to him if you like. Be seeing you.
I hope I can.
Go to it.
Hail. What is it? Is there a cure? Has Arelder found a cure? I know there's something he's not telling me.
Curse.
Ah, so you've heard it, have you? Terrible curse. Been in the family almost longer than anyone can remember. When I was younger, I could live with it. Wasn't so bad. But it's only gotten worse over time. I'd come here, to the place it all happened, in the hopes that something could be done. I fear I haven't much time left otherwise. Arelder has let me stay, mostly out of pity, I think. But there's something else. I swear he knows more than he tells.
Arelder.
I've seen plenty of pity in people's eyes over the years. I grew up recognizing it. But with Arelder, there's something else there. And when he speaks to me, there are times I'd swear he sounds apologetic. Guilty, even. Why would that be? What reason does he have to hold back information? I know I'm a doomed man one way or the other. Speak to him if you can. Convince him to tell me what he knows as a dying man's last wish. Goodbye.
Welcome, Knight Commander.
Kellen.
I cannot face him. I know what might be done for him, but I haven't the will to do it. I wish I could help him. Truly I do. But I cannot muster the strength to damn myself on his behalf.
What are you talking about?
The curse. I know what would lift it, but I cannot do it. The only way to free Kellen of his curse is to take it on myself. I am not strong enough to do this, and so I am a failure. I fail Kellen every time I speak to him, and I fail Stendar every time I pray to him and do not ask for the power to lift the curse. Do you know one who would do such a thing? One who would pray at this chapel's altar, pray to Stendar for the power to lift this curse?
curse?
I've told you, the only way to lift the curse from Kellen is to pray to Stendar for the power to free him. But that means taking the curse on yourself. You'll be marked for life, as will all your children and your children's children. Bye. How are you?
Fine, and you?
I've been better.
Have you heard? There's been activity at that abandoned priory in the West Weald. What could be going on up?
I have prayed at the altar in the chapel of Stendar and have granted the ability to lay hands on Kellen. I need to see him at once.
There!
Interesting.
Heard any news from the other provinces?
They say that
I lifted the curse from Kellen, which means take it on myself. As a result, I'm weary and my fatigue has been affected. With the curse lifted, I can now retrieve the gauntlets of the Crusader.
How did you? I feel good. I feel good. I don't feel like death. I feel like running. Look at me. I can't believe it. I feel normal. Thank you so much. You have no idea what this means to me. I finally have a chance to get out and see the world. I'm not wasting another second of my life, and I'm forever indebted to you, friend. Farewell.
Hi there.
I recovered the gauntlets of the Crusader. I've completed Sir Casimir's quest by recovering the gauntlets of the Crusader. I should continue to search for the relics that the other ghost knights were questing for. My fatigue has taken some damage from the curse, but doesn't look very serious. After these gauntlets, they're not as helpful to detect life. I'm just gonna stick with those.
My children are starving. Please help. My children will thank you for your help.
Have a coin, Bego.
Thank you, kind sir.
Grey Fox.
He's a fairy tale. The Imperial Watch pretends there is a thief king named the Grey Fox who controls all the thieves in Cyrodiil. Of course, it's all just made up to give them an excuse to keep us down.
Go ahead. I won't fight you. Ugh. What a wonderful... That's enough. Really now? You're... I can't argue with that. I doubt it. Really now? You're such a charmer. You win... Get away... No. I doubt it. No. I doubt it. I can't argue with that. No, you're good.
Are you looking for him?
Yes, I want to work with him.
I think I trust you enough to tell you this secret. To learn more about the Grey Fox, go to the Garden of Deriloth at midnight. Look in the waterfront district of the Imperial City. I can say no more.
Rumors.
I heard that the Countess is quite upset lately. Apparently someone stole something very personal to her. Blessings of Akatosh upon ye.
Welcome, stranger, to the 5 Claws. Food and beds, cheap and good. But most of all, your hostess promises always clean. Witsadutsi gives you her guarantee. Everything clean, always, or you do not pay.
Bed.
There's a bed for you if you need it. A mere 10 gold for the night.
I'll take it.
Very well. Room number 2, just near the entrance. If you need food or drink, let me know.
Leowin.
So much dirt and so little time. Pause but a moment, and you'll be drowned in the tide. Trash, mud, dust. We all love Count Marius and his father before him. Arche bless his soul. Such a fine young man. And now his new wife, so beautiful, so fine. And wise? Oh, yes. The new Lady Leowin is daughter to Countess Ariana Valga, County Coral. And so she knows just how the county should be run. Lady Alicia tells Count Marius exactly what to do, and he does as she says. But listen to me, cawing and chattering like an old fish crow. Good day. Greetings. Go ahead. Goodbye. Spare a coin for the infirm.
It's you. I've heard of you. You're the one restoring the Knights of the Nine, aren't you?
Yes, I am. And who are you?
My name is Kennedy Saholan. Like you, I am a servant of the Nine, specifically of Zenithar. I came here seeking his mace. However, I could not pass the test. I'm no crusader, but that doesn't mean that I cannot serve Zenithar. In light of recent attacks, I've signed on to protect the chapel. I'm fair with a blade and
By my honor, I'll serve the Nine in any way I can.
Tell me about your views on Zenithar.
Of the original divines, Zenithar is thought to be the most in touch with the mortal realm. Some legends say that Zenithar has close ties to Kinnereth, an idea that is supported by the manner in which the two gods' realms interact. Craftsmen devoted to Zenithar are able to create and profit from the materials provided by Kinnereth's natural world. The two work in harmony, the natural world providing for the craftsman. One cannot revere Zenithar without acknowledging the power of Kinnereth.
What can you tell me about the maze?
Legends say that when Pelinal Whitestrake was slain by the Aliads, a messenger carried the mace to the human settlement of Leowin as a message. Centuries later, the master craftsman St. Calidus built the Chapel of Zenithar in Leowin as a tribute to the legend. When St. Calidus was laid to rest, those who prayed to Zenithar at his tomb began to receive visions of the mace of the Crusader.
Mace of Zenithar.
Legends say that when Pelinal Whitestrake was slain by the Aliads, when
Zenithar.
Of the original divines, Zenithar is thought to be the most in touch with the mortal realm. Some legends say that Zenithar has close ties to Kinnereth, an idea that is supported by the manner in which craftsmen... Goodbye.
How goes it? Yes, I heard of you. Found a few relics and you imagine yourself to be the next Whitestrake, do you?
Leowin.
I used to be a priest of the Tribunal Temple in Craigenmore. After the collapse, I drifted for a while until I joined the chapel. The beggars and the wicked thieves guild still trouble me. I wish the 9 divines offered charity and comfort to the poor, like the temple did.
Mace of Zenithar.
Be seeing you. Yes. Have a look around. You won't find better. You too. Yes. Legends say that when Pelinal Whitestrake was slain by the Aliads, a messenger carried the mace to the human settlement of Leowin as a message. When St. Calidus was laid to rest, those who prayed to Zenithar at his tomb began to receive visions of the mace of the Crusader. Good day.
So you're the one that's come for the mace, are you? Another adventurer looking for treasure? Get on with it if you must. The shrine is downstairs. But I wouldn't expect much if I were you. No one has ever succeeded.
Mace of Zenithar.
Legends say that when Pelinal Whitestrake was slain by the Aliads, a messenger carried the mace to the human settlement of Breville as a message. Centuries later, the master craftsman St. Calidus built the Chapel of Zenithar in Leowin as a tribute to the legend. When St. Calidus was laid to rest, those who prayed to Zenithar at his tomb began to receive visions of the mace of the Crusader. You too.
Savi, Count's mage and castle healer, your servant.
Leywin.
I have been happy enough in the Count's service, but I am not so happy about his lovely wife and her Nibbanean advisor. Lady Alicia is uncomfortable with Khajiit ways, and Argonian ways, and Dunmer ways. She is only comfortable with pure white-bread Nibbaneans. Good day.
I must admit my curiosity at your endeavor. So many have tried and failed to retrieve the mace. What makes you think that you will succeed?
Mace of Zenithar.
Legends say that when Pelinal Whitestrake was slain by the Aliads, a messenger carried the mace to the human settlement of Leywin. As a message. Centuries later, the master craftsman, St. Calidus, built the Chapel of Zenithar in Leywin as a tribute to the legend. When St. Calidus was laid to rest, those who prayed to Zenithar at his tomb began to receive visions of the mace of the Crusader.
Take care.
What is it?
I knelt before the shrine of St. Caldas in Lewin and found myself transported to some sort of dark void. I could see the maze of Zenithar off in the distance, but there seemed to be no way to reach it. According to Sir Rawless, I must allow my faith in the Nine to guide me to the maze. I stepped into the water trying to reach the maze to Zenithar, but my feet met nothing but air and I fell into the darkness. There must be a way to walk between the platforms and reach the maze. My attempts to reach the Mason Zenithar have been unsuccessful. No matter what I try, I cannot reach the other platform. Perhaps if I continue my quest for the other relic, an answer will present itself.
A pleasure to see you.
I was told that I had not worshipped at a shrine of Xanathars. I'm going to try this one again.
This is the Bay Roan Stables. Are you interested in a horse?
Buy a horse.
We have some of the best bay horses in Cyrodiil. They are hardier than the chestnut and faster than the paint horses.
1,000, you say? I'll take it.
Excellent. Go out to the corral. Antoine will have your new bay saddled and ready for you.
Right. Honest labor earns its own reward. Pray at my chapel altar to receive my blessing. I'm going to go after the other relics now.
Fantastic.
Stay away!
Hi there. What do you want?
Rumors.
I ran across a ghost once. Seemed to suck the energy right out of me. Good day.
What brings you to the altar of Kinnereth, my child?
Boot of the Crusader.
You would seek the holy relic Kinnereth has bestowed upon the world. Then you must prove yourself worthy. Kinnereth's creations guard her relic, and you must pass the test before you may be granted the boots.
Test? What test?
I cannot say what it will be, for I do not know. Kinnereth herself will decide in what manner you shall be tested. All I can do is direct you to the Grove of Trials, and remind you to heed Kinnereth's teachings. Fear and respect nature and all her creations.
Where is this grove?
Not far from here, to the west, nestled within the great forest, it is a place many would overlook. I warn you that it is unwise to take anyone with you. You should go there alone.
Fear and respect nature.
Indeed. Nature itself is Kinnereth's domain. All its creatures are her wards. You would do well to remember this when it comes time for your test.
Very well, I shall take this test.
Then proceed directly to the grove, as your test has begun. Kinnereth may choose to guard you along the way. That is up to her. Good luck.
Altar of Kinnereth.
You have been in the chapel of Kinnereth from the moment you stepped outdoors. Have you not felt her presence? We gather here to pay tribute to all of the blessings she bestows upon us.
Rumors.
The lowlands of the Great Forest rise to the upland plateau of the Colovian West. May Kinnereth guide you.
I'll go west then and see what this thing is. I've reached the Grove of Trials. I shall have to wait and see what Kinnereth has in store for me.
Hi there.
What brings you? I can. Or I. Bye.
Hi there.
A bear attacked me in the sacred grove, but I made no attempts to fight back. A cave has been revealed, and I've seen the boots of the Crusader are waiting inside. I've acquired the boost of the Crusader. I completed Sir Junkin's quest by recovering the boost of the Crusader. I should continue to search for the relic that the other ghost knights were questing for. That I can't quite tell. The woodland gray. Alright, ready for the next one. I'll try to find a shield here. I'm using the Ring of Happiness's walk on water ability. I found a port bulwark. I need to get inside and find the shield.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death! I'll see your blood the fight you want, you'll get.
Join my trophies, Nithing.
Take that!
The shield will be all.
Show me what you've got.
Am I supposed to be impressed?
You're all the same. All flash and no fury. Die, cur! You're all the same. All flash and no
Am I
fury.
supposed to be impressed?
I'm supposed to be impressed.
Let's get this over with.
I'm supposed to be impressed. Why? Wait. He was here a second ago.
I'm just warming up. Why won't you die?
He's here a second. You're pregnant.
Acolyte. The shield is here. We know this, and yet we have not found it. If the fort has been cleansed, and yet still it eludes us, no doubt it is hidden from eyes such as ours, hidden with the intent to keep it from those who would learn its secrets. The gate to the lower levels no longer halts our progress. Make note of the candles along the wall if you would pass through. The fort must be held at all costs if we are to succeed. Let none enter. Leave no foe standing. Make note of the candles along the wall if you would pass through. These ones, the number of candles, the number of steps forward you're supposed to take.
Open the gate, please! I must get out of here! Thank you for rescuing me. I've lost track of how long they've held me here.
Who are you?
I am Sir Thedret. I came here seeking the shield of the Crusader, and was ambushed by these cowards. They've held me here since.
What are you doing here?
I've been held prisoner by these scoundrels for the longest time. They want to know how to reach the shield, and believed I would help them. When I refused, they locked me here, and only let me out to torture me. They got nothing from me.
Can you help me?
I can't go with you if that's what you mean. I'm too weak. I need to rest. Once I have my strength, I will certainly join your cause. You'll have to go on alone, but the knowledge I've gained may be of use to you.
What do you know?
Before finding this place, I learned a bit about those who created it. It's designed to keep the shield hidden and safe. A phrase kept coming up in the writings I found. When the eyes of the Guardians are upon you, Julianos will show you favor. I'm not sure how, but I just know it's a clue for making it safely through these ruins. You're the only one I've told. I hope it helps you. I must get out of this pit and get myself some rest. We'll meet again. Don't worry.
Well, well. Look who we've got here.
Die. Get this over with.
Getting tired. got here?
Take that! Yeah! Then do your work. Why won't you die? Why won't you die? Ah! Oh! Damn you. Show me what you've got. You fall down and bleed to death. Die, curse. You're pathetic. Let's get this over with. This is the part where you fall down. Why won't you? Shut up! To arms! Break! Show me what you've got. that.
This prisoner remains uncooperative. There's little doubt that he was on his own, and none will come to his aid. It has been made clear to him that unless he reveals what he knows, he shall pay most dearly, and yet still he holds out. We give it one more week. If he does not help us breach the shield, he is to be disposed of, preferably in a manner most painful.
What's that?
I found some sort of puzzle or trap deep inside the fort bulwark. I'll need to figure out what it means in order to acquire the shield of the Crusader. Maybe one of these guys is Rodgar and he wants the stone. I have a vision of a helmet right here. I'll give him the stone. I got his book. I got a sword. I got a skull. I got a gem. I got a goblet. That is... I think the helm goes in here. I think that's correct. Yeah. I think not. It goes there. Book is maybe here. That's right. Go, yeah. Let go. Yeah. Sword. Yeah. Yeah. Hammer. Yeah. We have the Shield of the Crusader. I've recovered the Shield of the Crusader. I completed Sir Hendrick's quest by recovering the Shield of the Crusader. I should continue search for the relics that the other ghost knights were questing for. Let's check out this shield. Reflect spell 18% itself. Armor is 9. This is armor 11, but it does not reflect spells. I should take this one. Also lighter, 6 versus 22. I'm going to quit for today. Before I do, I'm going to read a book. A short one this time. This one is 10 Commands, 9 Divines. The 10 Commands of the 9 Divines. By the intercession of Saint Alessia, you may be so filled with grace and the strength and wisdom that comes from grace. Through these teachings you may come to the true meaning of the 9 Divines and their glory. To convey to man's mind all the manifold subtleties of truth and virtue may not be done. Were all the seas ink, and all the sky the parchment from which their wisdoms were writ. Yet I can talk in his wisdom, knowing how impatient is man, how loath he is to travel upon the hard roads of truth, and allow these 10 simple commands to be made manifest with powerful clarity and concise definition. 1. Does not say, be kind and generous to the people of Tamriel. Protect the weak, heal the sick, and give to the needy. 2. RK says, honor the earth, its priesthood, and the spirits living and dead. Guard and tend the bounties of the mortal world, and do not profane the spirits of the dead. 3. Mara says, live soberly and peacefully. Honor your parents, and preserve the peace and security of home and family. 4. Zenso says, work hard and you will be rewarded. Spend wisely and you'll be comfortable. Never steal or you will be punished. 5. Tala says, be strong for war, be bold against enemies and evil, and defend the people of Tamriel. 6. Kinnereth says, use nature's gifts wisely, respect her power, and fear her fury. 7. Nabella says, open your heart to the noble secrets of art and love, treasure the gifts of friendship. See joy and inspiration in the mysteries of love. 8. Juliana says, know the truth, observe the law. When in doubt, seek wisdom from the wise. 9. Oscar says, serve and obey your emperor. Study the covenant, worship the 9. Do your duty and heed the commands of the saints and priests. 10. Then I say, above all else, be good to one another. If only each man might look into the mirror of these commandments, and see reflected there the bliss that might enfold them, were he to serve in strict obedience to these commands, he would be cast down and made contrite and humble. And the obedient man may come to the altars of 9 and be blessed, and may receive the comfort and healing of the 9, and may give thanks for his manifold blessings. Heedless, the wicked man turns away, and forsaking the simple wisdom granted him by the all-wise and all-knowing 9, he lives in sin and ignorance all the days of his life. He bears the awful burden of his crime, and before men and God his wickedness is known, and neither blessing nor comfort may he expect from the altars and shrines of the 9. Yet the wicked and foolish are not doomed, for in the infinite mercy of the 9 is said, repent and do good works, that the fountain of grace shall once more spill forth upon you. Repent your crimes, tender unto the emperor the fines of gold, that they may be used to spread the faith and its benefits to all men. Do yourself good work, redeem your infamy by shining deeds, show to all men in the 9 the good fame of the righteous man. You may once again approach the altars and shrines of the chapel, receive the comfort and blessing of the 9. Alright, I'm David Ephraim Larkin. I'm done with Oblivion for today. I'll do it again on Friday. As usual, the videos will be available around 6 p.m. That's all for now.